tes. Oke, cek, 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 cek. Tes, 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 tes. Tes.
Cek cek, masuk nggak? Masuk nggak Om?
Masuk sih Pak Adit.
Oke oke.
Kok suaraku
Coba
kencang
Pak
Pak?
Pak Hedi eh, tes video.
Tes video ya. Saya ganti screen. Sama saya coba putar audio Pak ya, kedengaran atau tidak Pak ya? Saya coba share ya. Ah, saya buka videonya dulu, nanti saya coba share ya. Kalau suara kedengaran kencang Pak ya?
Kedengeran, kedengeran, kenceng.
Kedengaran ya. Sekarang saya coba share video sih ya.
Somewhere in the world right now, a young graduate in Jakarta is applying for a job. A software preparing to begin work in Sydney.
Nanti share audio
In
juga.
Nairobi is on a video call with clients in New York. The world of work has changed. Borders, once the limits of opportunity, are dissolving. Talent now competes and collaborates across continents. But beneath this exciting transformation lies a harder question. Who benefits from the borderless economy? And who gets left behind? Welcome to the
National Seminar.
Kedengaran nggak Pak?
Kedengeran, kedengeran.
Somewhere in the world right now, a young graduate in Jakarta is applying for a job in Geneva. A software developer
Okay.
in Manila is delivering code to a company.
Oke. Berarti audio oke ya. Ada satu lagi audionya punyanya Pak Luigi ini. Nah, saya coba juga ya.
Pak Heidi,
Ya.
PB-nya belum berubah ya? PB.
Oh, backgroundnya ya. Oh iya iya. Tak ganti juga deh.
Blasternya mana Pak Heidi?
Belum cuci lah.
Nggak apa-apa, nggak ada yang tahu.
Ada ya. Dia ada satu video lagi. Coba ini ya.
Kamu coba play videonya, bisa sound link nggak?
Ini videonya terakhir dia embedded di presentasinya dia. Saya coba.
Mm-mm. Coba di play, nggak?
Ada suaranya nggak?
Suara.
Ada ya?
Oke.
Oh, syukurlah. Ini videonya dia baru dikasih tahu kalau
Aman bisa.
ada. Oke. Aman lah. Saya ganti ini deh, ganti apa? Background.
Oke, Pak Tasimi. Jadi
Mungkin
jangan
mungkin untuk memeriahkan yang lain ya kali. Maksudnya semua kita on cam dulu kali ya. Mungkin untuk awal-awal ya.
Boleh,
Ya, teman-teman ya, batch 7, batch 6 ya. Supaya kelihatan virtual background-nya semua gitu kali ya. Background kan virtual
untuk
background.
ya, untuk pembicara aku juga udah kasih background-nya sih. Jadi mereka juga pakai background-nya kita.
Oke.
Oke. Oh, bagus sih background-nya sih. Biru.
Mm-mm.
Ayo Hartono.
Hartono masukin.
Background-nya masih ini.
Ini aku send di chat ya, teman-teman. Kalau mau langsung download.
Dan mana belum tuh?
Jadi gue belum mandi. Sorry. Kita langsung live ya di YouTube juga nih.
Sama loh Pak, aku juga ini. Saking groginya. Berarti pertanyaan nanti ini ya, bagi-bagi aja kali ya.
Boleh. Ini sudah terrecord belum ya? Belum kayaknya ya.
Guys,
Belum kayaknya.
mengingatkan kita sudah YouTube live. Untuk pembicaraan di background kita ngobrol di chat aja.
Oke,
Karena udah
siap.
langsung Pak
Pak
Nanang
Nanang
bisa di
record.
stop dulu nggak
Bantu
untuk yang YouTube live-nya? Karena belum masuk, takutnya ada pembicaraan yang nggak harusnya dipublish ke YouTube.
Semangat Pak Heidi.
Izin mungkin start recordingnya pas jam 11 aja bisa nggak ya?
Siap. Nanti dari Yusi nggak sih Pak Nanang yang nge-record Pak Nanang?
Ya, Bu.
Oke. Jadi suaramu kecil banget Pak Nanang.
Oh, oke. Kalau sekarang masih kecil, Bu.
Enggak,
Oke.
badannya masih kecil tapi.
Nah, ya itu kan nggak
Masih
betul.
kecil suaranya, masih nggak sebesar Lala suaranya.
Siap.
Masih jauh Pak Nanang.
Sebentar, YouTube live-nya kita pause dulu ya.
Halo Pak Aditya, nanti kalau Pak Luigi sama Pak Kendranya masuk, bisa buat mereka jadi co-host juga Pak ya. Mereka saya suruh masuk 10.50 sih.
Oke, ini yang akan pick
Speakernya.
co-host Pak Nanang.
Oh, Pak Danang ya. Pak Danang boleh Pak ya, nanti mereka gabung 10.50 buat mereka jadi co-host Pak ya. Sekalian tes sound ya. Oke, sip. Oh, I've seen Pak Luigi is already in. Pak Luigi wanna do the text sound check?
Tes sekarang suaranya kedengeran?
Kedengaran, Pak. Videonya tadi udah coba juga sih, Pak. Udah bisa terbuka sih ya. Dan ada soundnya. Oh, keren sekali Pak Luigi batiknya.
Terima kasih. Selamat pagi semuanya. Senang bisa jadi bagian dari acara ini.
Selamat pagi, salam kenal Pak Luigi.
Pak Luigi.
Thank you atas kehadirannya di seminar ini.
Sama-sama Ibu Bapak.
Terima kasih Pak Luigi.
Udah lihat profilnya Pak Luigi kan ya? Kaget nggak?
Keren banget.
Luar biasa.
Insya Allah nanti akan ada banyak dari Universitas Ciputra Surabaya ya.
Amin, amin, amin.
Oke, kita tunggu Kendra, terus kita cek sound ya guys ya.
Heidi, my image seems to be backwards.
Hello, Miss Kendra.
Hai Kendra.
Hi.
Good morning, Kendra.
Good morning.
Yeah, it is a bit cut. Yeah, but I think it's okay lah ya. What do you think, friends? Mine is also somehow cut as well. I mean, the C is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It just did that automatically.
So can you hear us clear there, Kendra?
Very well.
Very well. Okay, let's go. So you don't have video, yeah, to play. And I've seen that you have just sent me your presentations. Let me download it. Yes, Pak Nanang, can you make Pak Luigi and Kendra as the co-host as well? I know that Kendra might want to share her her presentation herself.
Yeah, I prefer to do that if possible.
Oh yeah, you're already a co-host, yeah. Pak Luigi as well as co-host. Pak Luigi, I can share the presentation, right? I mean, you can just talk through, right?
Definitely.
All right.
Heidi, I think we have also our special guest here, Miss Koasalia. Maybe we have to greet Miss Koasalia.
Koasalia, okay. So do you wanna introduce that, Bu Vivi?
No.
Koasalia.
Heidi, can I just test my presentation really quickly to see if I can see my notes?
Yes, please.
Is that all right?
Please do, yeah.
Thanks, Kendra.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. So if I have it in full screen, can't actually see my notes. Does anyone, I know how to do this in Teams to do PowerPoint Live. Maybe I need to just quickly look at that up.
Yes, anyone knows how to do that? I mean, presentations and then you have the notes separately in Zoom.
Let me see if ChatGPT will tell me.
I just record the voice and then transcribe and go through the AI.
Yeah, but if in worst case, Kendra, I think I can share. If you need me, I can share a screen. I mean the presentation, and then you can, yeah, you can just let me know when it changes.
Yeah, maybe we can do that, but or I can look on my phone.
But I know you are more convenient with you directing it. Yeah.
That's okay. Then why don't you share? That'll be easiest then,
Okay.
because I see that with Zoom, it's harder than with Teams. So I would have to have two screens. So that's okay. If you'll share, that's fine. I'll just say next slide.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. That's cool.
Thanks, Heidi.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes to go. Yeah, I hope people are coming in. So we have both. The YouTube live streaming is already streaming right now, I believe. It's Pak Adit, yeah?
Yes, Pak Heidi.
Also allow us to introduce ourselves, Mr. Luigi and Mrs. Kendra. We are from a doctoral program from Universitas Ciputra from Surabaya, Indonesia. And right now we held this seminar from batch 6 and batch 7. So we welcome you and thank you so much for your participate in this event. This is a such big an honor from us because we will introduce how Ciputra University held this international seminar. Also, we held with the University Utara Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Likewise, indeed. Honor is all mine.
Even though it's quite late for you, Kendra.
Oh, that's okay. I'm used to it.
So it is still Friday for Kendra. So we are already in Saturday morning here.
All right, seeing all the participants already get into 100. So guys, please tag into your chat box. Please fill in your attendance first. Thank you.
Maybe we can start, Heidi.
Yes, all right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. And a very warm welcome, very warm good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone joining us from different part of the world today. My name is Heidi Wijaya, and it is a great privilege to serve as your moderator for this international seminar today, the future of work, cross-border employment, and global labor competitiveness in a global economy. Professionally, I serve as Regional Finance Director for World Visions International in the South Asia and Pacific region, and I'm currently pursuing my doctoral studies at Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, batch 7. And today, on behalf of the organizing committee, the doctoral students of batch 6 and batch 7 of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, in collaborations with University Utara Malaysia, we want to welcome and thank you sincerely for being with us today. Yeah, before we continue, allow me to share something that is remarkable. You know, when registrations first opened for this seminar, we didn't expect a response of this scale. What we did not anticipate was the extraordinary global response that we received. And you know, as of this morning, we have more than 1,500 participants have registered for this seminar. And it is representing over 15 countries around the world. And because of that overwhelming responses, we have to host this seminar through both Zoom and the YouTube live streaming. So you'll see in the Zoom here, we might not have that many because most of the people are joining through our YouTube channel, YouTube live streaming. So just want to also greet for all of you who joined us through the YouTube platform. And also when I look at the participant list earlier today, I found it's really encouraged to see the scale and also the diversity of the gathering, because we have participants that are joining us from the top of Himalayan mountains. We have colleagues from Nepal and all the way to the Sea of the Pacific, from Papua New Guinea, from Timor-Leste, Solomon Island, Vanuatu. So it's just so encouraged to see the diversity of our participants. We also have people joining from Bangladesh. I've seen my colleagues from India, from Sri Lanka, Singapore, the Philippines, and of course from across Indonesia and Malaysia. And from many places far beyond our region. We are also joined by academic, researcher, because that is what we see from the participant list, the students, the educators, the development practitioners, civil servants, corporate professionals, entrepreneurs, and personally, I am especially grateful to see my humanitarian colleagues They are joining us from a different part of the world, including friends and colleges surfing across the globe. I've seen colleagues that are joining from Africa, Turkey, and other places. So to every one of you joining us today, I just want to say thank you. And also to Professor David, Ibu Dame from Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, and to Dr. Uma from the University Utara, Malaysia. So because this gathering remind us something that is important, the future of work, which is no longer a conversation, but it is something that in reality, which is things related to work beyond the borders, is something that we have lived today. It is global, it is interconnected, and it belongs to all of us. So for that, we want to also acknowledge that the broader international spirit that is reflected in this seminar, particularly the principle that is championed through the United Nations, the SDGs, and also the ongoing global conversations around the future of work and the inclusive development. And before we begin, a few brief housekeeping notes, just to make our sessions run smoothly. First, please keep your microphones muted during the keynote sessions. Two, you're welcome to turn on your camera only when you are speaking. This is important to keep our bandwidth. So I would really request you to turn off your camera unless you are talking. The next one will be the Q&A. Please use the Q&A or the chat box to submit your questions, and we will address them during the Q&A sessions. The fourth, this session is recorded for documentation and learning purposes. And since we are also playing this through the YouTube live streaming, so we will have that recording in the YouTube. And then the e-certificate will be provided, and this will be provided to all participants who attend the full sessions, and you will receive it within 7 working days. And then this is our program today. It will run around 2 hours. First, we will start with the an opening video introducing our today's themes and also our distinguished keynote speakers. And then we will have our first keynote speaker, Ms. Kendra, will take us through. Then followed by Mr. Luigi as our second keynote speakers. And once they are done, then we will have this interactive Q&A sessions. And finally, we will have the representative from the faculty, Prof. David, who will be close and make his closing remarks. So without further delays, let us begin with our opening video. Please watch it carefully. So let me open the video and let us. Sorry, your moderator is a bit nervous. Some of the things will work. Yeah, so Yeah, it's coming. Okay, here. So are you ready? So let us watch this video together. The introductions of our team and also our keynote speakers.
Somewhere in the world right now, a young graduate in Jakarta is applying for a job in Geneva. A software developer in Manila is delivering code to a company in Berlin. A nurse in Fiji is preparing to begin work in Sydney. A consultant in Nairobi is on a video call with clients in New York. The world of work has changed. Borders, once the limits of opportunity, are dissolving. Talent now competes and collaborates across continents. But beneath this exciting transformation lies a harder question. Who benefits from the borderless economy? And who gets left behind? Welcome to the International Seminar, The Future of Work, Cross-Border Employment and Global Labor Competitiveness in a Global Economy. This seminar is proudly organized by the doctoral students of Batch 6 and Batch 7 of Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya, in collaboration with University Utara Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur.
Rapid technological change, globalization, demographic shifts, and economic uncertainty are transforming labor markets worldwide. Increasingly digital, increasingly borderless, and increasingly skill-driven. According to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2025, 11 million new jobs will be created by AI and information technologies by 2030. 9 million jobs will be displaced in the same period. 77% of employers are prioritizing reskilling and upskilling, and skills gaps remain the single biggest barrier to workforce transformation worldwide. The question is no longer whether the world of work is changing. The question is, are we ready for it? The promise of the borderless economy is enormous. A worker in Surabaya can now build a career serving global clients. A doctoral researcher in Kuala Lumpur can collaborate with institutions in Geneva or Washington. A young professional in Manila can compete for roles within the United Nations system. But the risks are equally real. Developing countries face brain drain, losing their brightest minds to wealthier economies. Workers in vulnerable communities face automation faster than they can be res-killed. The digital divide threatens to entrench inequality rather than reduce it. This is the tension at the heart of the global economy today, and at the heart of our seminar. On one side, globalization creates extraordinary opportunity. On the other side, it can deepen the very inequalities it claims to solve. The future of work will not be defined by which side wins, because both are real simultaneously. The future will be defined by how we hold both truths together. And there is something else happening right now, something that changes everything. The world's center of gravity is shifting. The rise of the global south, Asia, ASEAN, the emerging economies means that Indonesia, Malaysia, and the developing world are no longer at the edge of the global conversation. They are increasingly at its center, which means this is a defining moment. The question is no longer whether developing countries will participate in the future global economy. The question is whether they will help shape it or simply receive it. And that is precisely why this seminar brings together two voices. One that examines the system itself, one that calls us to step into it. Together, they give us both the honest diagnosis and the clear direction forward. Today, we ask two essential questions. First, how can globalization create more inclusive opportunities for vulnerable communities, rather than widening inequality? Second, why must developing countries like Indonesia and Malaysia engage actively in global affairs? And how can the next generation lead the way? To help us answer the first question, how globalization can be made more inclusive, we are honored to be joined by a leader whose career has been spent on the front lines of that question. Our first keynote speaker is Ms. Kendra Gates Du Rousel, an American humanitarian, development, and partnerships leader based in California, United States. Kendra currently serves as Regional Director for Resource Development and Partnerships at World Vision International's South Asia and Pacific region, where she leads a regional team responsible for securing sustainable funding across South Asia and Pacific countries. Her work focuses on strategic donor engagement and partnership development, connecting global resources with local realities to create lasting impact. She brings deep expertise in Pacific-focused development initiatives, with a strong understanding of the region's priorities, partnership landscape, and the importance of locally driven, adaptive solutions that strengthen human development and build the human capital needed for sustainable growth and global competitiveness. Within World Vision International, Kendra also served as country director for Vanuatu, strengthening her leadership experience across complex development contexts in the Pacific. Before joining World Vision, she held senior roles with the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, contributed to research and training initiatives at the University of the South Pacific, and worked with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, with experience spanning humanitarian work, government, academia, multilateral institutions, and grassroots engagement. She brings a uniquely balanced perspective on how globalization, labor mobility, economic transformation, and investment in human capital shape opportunities around the world. Today, she will share her insights on the topic, cross-border employment and the borderless workforce.
Joining us as our second keynote speaker is Mr. Luigi Mahesa Pranka.
Halo, nama saya Luigi Pranka. Saat ini saya bertugas pada misi PBB untuk Irak, yaitu UNAMI, United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq.
Mr. Luigi currently serve as Senior Advisor at the Office of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. In this role, Mr. Luigi provides strategic advisory on political affairs, diplomacy, defense and security, international cooperation, crisis management, human development, and global policy coordination. Mr. Luigi is an internationally recognized strategist, global affairs expert, and policy advisor with more than 26 years of leadership experience spanning multilateral diplomacy, humanitarian operations, peace and security missions, human capital, and international development. He began his international career at the United Nations headquarters in New York, representing Indonesia within the UN system. Throughout his career, Mr. Luigi has worked across Afghanistan, Iraq, Jordan, Yemen, Liberia, Uganda, Haiti, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the United States, contributing to international stabilization, humanitarian coordination, peace building, and development initiatives. His engagements have included collaborations with major international institutions across the United Nations missions and other global organizations operating at the intersection of diplomacy, security, and development. But perhaps most importantly, Mr. Luigi's journey itself reflects one of the central themes of today's seminar. He represents what we may call brain circulation, global exposure that ultimately strengthens, rather than depletes, the home country. After serving the international community at the highest levels of global institutions, he now brings that experience back to Indonesia, serving at the heart of national leadership and policy. Beyond government and international service, Mr. Luigi is also widely respected for his commitment to mentoring young Indonesians pursuing careers within the United Nations and other international organizations. For years, he has actively encouraged the next generation to pursue diplomacy, global engagement, international leadership, and workforce competitiveness on the world stage. He has also contributed to strengthening Indonesia's peacekeeping readiness by supporting the Ministry of Defense in preparing Indonesian personnel for United Nations missions abroad. Mr. Luigi is additionally recognized as a respected member of the Indonesian Humanitarian Workers Group, a community of professionals who have represented Indonesia on the front lines of humanitarian operations, peacekeeping missions, and crisis response around the world. Recognized for his multi-dimensional international experience, Mr. Luigi has appeared in numerous national leadership forums and television programs, including Indonesia's renowned Kick Andy talk show, where he has shared insights on diplomacy, international affairs, and Indonesia's place in a changing global order. Today, Mr. Luigi joins us to share lived experience, lessons from 26 years across 4 continents, inside conflict zones, inside humanitarian crises, inside the United Nations system, and inside the realities of global power and cooperation. And through those experiences, he brings a direct invitation to the next generation to step forward, to engage globally, and to help shape the future. Today, Mr. Luigi will deliver his keynote on why developing countries must engage globally and why the next generation must lead the way.
Wow, that was amazing. What a powerful what a powerful introductions to truly global profile. And I think this matters to our seminar today, because this is international seminars and we are talking about global economy. So we should not discussing this from the perspective of one country only. So I believe 2 of our keynote speakers today really represents this, given the international roles and the global experience that they have. So it is now my great honor to welcome Ms. Kendra, a humanitarian development and partnership leader within World Visions International, who has a deep expertise across the Asia and the Pacific regions, and how he played a role in building the human development and also human capital. So Ms. Kendra, the floor is yours. We look forward to your insight through this structural lens, the system, and also the promise, and also your experience from the field. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. I'm not sure I can live up to that amazing introduction, but I will try. Today I'm going to be talking to you specifically about the Pacific. I think in a lot of humanitarian and global settings, we talk a lot about Asia Pacific, but Asia is vast and highly populated, and the Pacific, while vast geographically, has very small populations. And so often I find that we talk about Asia Pacific together. We're often focusing on Asia, and then the Pacific gets a little forgotten. So I was really pleased when Heidi invited me to speak to you about the Pacific today. So I'll be giving you a bit of an introduction to myself beyond that amazing video. And I'll be talking to you and setting the scene about Pacific Island states, the geography and demographics. I'll then kind of narrow in and focus in on the country of Vanuatu. Vanuatu is where I spent a significant portion of my time. And so I can give you not only official numbers and statistics, but my personal perspective on things that I lived and saw as well. I'll go through some very key specifics on labor mobility in the Pacific and Vanuatu context. I'll then speak to how that actually is playing out in the reality. And then we can go through some options together about what an inclusive future might look like. So Heidi, next slide, the slide before overview. Yep, thank you. So here is just a little brief overview that I went through of our presentation today. Heidi, next slide. So let me just tell you a little bit about myself on the personal side. As you can tell from my accent, I am an American. I was born in the US, but right after finishing university, I joined the US Peace Corps. For those of you that don't know the Peace Corps, it is an American government volunteer organization. It was started in the late 60s by President John F. Kennedy with the dual purpose of helping the world understand more about Americans, but also helping Americans understand more about the world. And one of the ways to do that is to send more Americans out on peaceful missions. And I personally believe that that is certainly something that we need more of. So I joined the Peace Corps and was sent to the Pacific island nation of Vanuatu. I was 21 when I arrived in 1999, and I didn't really leave for any substantive amount of time until the end of 2023. So I'll let you do the math to figure out how old I am. But during that time, I really grew my profession. So here you can see in this photo, that was my team in the World Vision country office in Vanuatu. And I grew my family. I married my husband, and we had 2 children and raised them in Vanuatu. So I am a dual citizen of Vanuatu and the US, and Vanuatu will always be the home of my heart. So when I'm speaking about Vanuatu, I'm speaking from a place of deep lived personal experience and observations on how cross-border employment has really changed the nation. Next slide. For those of you that may not be fully aware of the Pacific, it is a vast geographic region. So you can see here on this map, very much like Indonesia's small, many groups of islands, the Pacific has thousands of islands spanning tens of thousands of kilometers throughout the Pacific Sea, with over 14 independent nations. And Heidi, if you click next slide once, there you go. You should see Vanuatu in the circle right there. And this is where I spent effectively about 25 years of my life, and where I will be talking to you about labor mobility. Next slide. Sorry, one sec. So I wanted to speak with you a little bit about I think there's a little bit of feedback. There we go. So I wanted to speak to you a little bit about the Pacific Islands and the geography and demographics, because this plays into labor mobility a lot. The why labor mobility, the how labor mobility. So there in the Pacific, most small island development states have populations under 1 million. Vanuatu has a population of about 340,000 individuals. They are scattered across 83 different islands. And this really limits workforce size, economic diversification, and access to highly specialized skills. Populations are often concentrated in coastal urban areas, and many of the smaller outer islands will experience significant outward migration towards the urban centers of larger islands. Vanuatu, like many Pacific Island nations, has a relatively young population, about 65% of the population is under the age of 15. And so this means that compounds opportunities for economic growth and really makes challenges around education, employment, and service delivery even harder, because such a small percentage of the workforce, such a small percentage of the population is actually working age. We know that urban migration is increasing across the Pacific, and people continue to move from outer islands to main islands and capitals. And so urban populations are growing much faster than national population averages. Those outer islands, as a result, are being left behind. They are heavily reliant on subsistence livelihoods like agriculture and fishing, and are not receiving the development investments that the urban centers are. And if you are interested in archipelagic economies, or the economies of those small island states, this report by the World Bank Group is fascinating and really does an excellent job in both numbers and narrative, giving an understanding of how islands function because of their geography. Next slide, Heidi. One of the other interesting and complicating factors about the Pacific is that even though most Pacific Island nations are developing states according to OECD classifications, they are also extremely expensive. So in economics, there is a common principle called the Balassa-Samuelson effect, which simply means that in poorer countries, workers earn less, and many services that we need on a daily basis, like haircuts, restaurants, transport, housing, these all really depend heavily on local labor. And because labor is cheaper, these non-traded goods and services are also cheaper. That does not hold true in the Pacific. Incomes are low, but which keep low cost in rural and remote areas for subsistence goods, but everything else is high cost. So whether that be a vehicle, whether that be petrol, any type of imported food good like flour, rice, and in urban areas where it is not possible to fish or farm, these high costs of imported goods extend to food, clothing, education, and so really create extremely high costs of living, even for nationals. And so what you see in this little scatter plot on this slide is comparing different country income levels with local purchasing power of the US dollar. And all of those blue dots are the OECD least developed and developing states. And then you can see that the outliers are all Pacific Islands, right? Where even though they are considered developing states and incomes are low, the cost of living is extremely high. And as I mentioned earlier, that's really driven by remoteness, small populations, expensive imports, and because populations are small, limited economies of scale. So Pacific economies are really highly dualistic. They have a low-cost informal rural village life, but a very high cost of formal sector goods and services. Heidi, next slide. Thanks. So one of the ways that Pacific Island governments have sought to address these issues is through a recognized seasonal employer scheme, or RSE, and a seasonal worker program. RSE is in partnership with, oh, sorry, Heidi, the slide before that. Yep, thank you. RSE is in partnership with the New Zealand government and was started in 2007 and was designed to both fill labor shortages in the New Zealand horticulture and viticulture industries, but also to create income opportunities for Pacific workers. And within 2 years of launching, Vanuatu became one of the largest labor sending countries, really because of what I just explained: limited local employment opportunities, but also really strong government support of this type of labor migration and labor mobility as a solution to some of the rural-urban dichotomies and cost of living. Australia saw that this scheme with New Zealand was extremely successful. And so in 2012, they launched the Seasonal Worker Program, or SWP. And Vanuatu, on the back of that, established a whole government unit called the Labor Sending Unit, which recruits, prepares, and manages workers going into these schemes. Before 2012, when the Australian scheme started out, remittances were less than 1% of the Vanuatu economy. And since 2012, that has just increased year on year. In 2018, Australia introduced an additional labor scheme at the request of the Vanuatu government, but also at the request of the Australian government, which allowed for longer-term placements, so 1 to 4 years, in aged care, meat processing, and hospitality sectors. It was after 2018 that labor mobility in Vanuatu really exploded, and you can see in this little image here on the slide that Vanuatu, even though it only has a population of about 350,000 people, they have, in 2023, they had over 10,000 individuals overseas in the labor mobility scheme. And if you remember, I said that 65% of the population is under the age of 15. So this is 10,000 individuals from only about 30% of the population, which is significant. And I'll talk about the ramifications of that in a little bit. Next slide, Heidi. Thanks. So just making sure my notes keep up. Here we go. So what we know is that the average Ni Vanuatu worker working through one of these schemes, when they go overseas, they stay between 6 months and 18 months. It depends on where they're working and what industry they're working in. And they bring back on average $40,000 per year, and they will remit about 40% of that income into the country. The minimum wage in Vanuatu is less than $1 an hour, which averages at an income of $15,000 a year. So essentially, a minimum wage worker can go to Australia and work in one of the horticulture or agriculture industry jobs and almost triple their annual wage for a period of 9 instead of 12 months. And what we've seen is that in Vanuatu, which is largely a subsistence economy, this has increased the level of middle class and really allowed individuals that may have never had an opportunity to build a solid structural home or provide services to their families in outer islands where government doesn't or can't provide services. So here you see a couple of images from the Vanuatu government's success testimonies, where you have a young man who was really living in a very low cost and local building, and he was able to save money from his time overseas and build his father and mother a comfortable house that he comes back to stay in when he comes back. You can also see a man who was able to work over the years to bring in a water tank to capture rainwater for his family and make sure that they have clean water all the time. And this is really what we see over and over again with these types of programs. Remittances being used for home renovations, starting a business, or paying children's education. Next slide. So here you can really see some statistics around the growth of the middle class in Vanuatu, and surveys run by the Department of the Bureau of Statistics really attribute this directly to labor mobility and remittances. And you can see that it's just exponential. And I was able to witness this firsthand. I worked with the World Vision Vanuatu team from 2014 to 2023. My first week on the job, I remember driving up to the office, and I was the only one that had my own car. My last day on the job, I left the office, and there were so many cars in the parking lot that I had to park down the street. And that was because families were able to grow their income and really invest in their family infrastructure, whether that be cars or houses or tertiary education for their children. There was also a large study done with these workers and their families on the positive perception of impacts in the community on labor-sending households. And you can see that in Vanuatu, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but for the most part, it has a positive or very positive image because it built relationships in the community, brought in new skills, improved infrastructure, improved education, and brought more money for churches, which is also a very important part of Ni Vanuatu society. Next slide. The challenge, however, is that this temporary labor mobility scheme and cross-border appears to be becoming permanent. And this is having some significant effects on society. So in the figure 1 on the slide, you can see that the average worker will make between 1 to 4 visits. So if the average worker is gone 9 months out of the year, this means that they are back in their household for only 3 months out of every year. And researchers looking into this issue have identified growing social changes, including developing a culture of migration, where overseas work not only has become normalized, but expected within the communities. And some longitudinal studies that have been done with these workers show that some of them will participate for even upwards of 10 seasons. And in these families, labor mobility has now become intergenerational, with children of these workers joining the schemes themselves. And what we're beginning to see is that this is really impacting the future of the nation and shifting social and family norms, because children do not see a future in their own country, and they do not see a future where they can earn a living wage by getting an education. And so they don't see or understand the value of an education. Next slide. So if you'll remember, I talked about how small these economies are. And because the populations are small, there is no significant industry. There is often a limited access to tertiary education and universities. And so we really see the seasonal worker scheme becoming a career path. And I began to notice this with my team in World Vision Vanuatu, where I had workers who had always been incredibly diligent and coming in on time and doing their work, suddenly not performing in ways that they used to. And, you know, I like to try and lead with curiosity instead of anger. And so in sitting down and speaking with these individuals, what I came to learn was that because they had solid present work in Vanuatu, they had family members leaving their children with them while they went overseas to work in these schemes. And they were having to not only care for their own biological children, but several generations of cousins. And over the 15 years that these schemes have been in force, we've seen more and more social issues beginning to crop up. One is that labor is no longer available in country for major production systems. So you see an article here from November 2024 in the national newspaper saying that labor demand for seasonal workers is impacting kava production in Vanuatu. Kava is one of the main exports of the country, and it's also a strong ceremonial and custom drink, and it's no longer being planted at scale to keep that economy alive because there just aren't the workers available to do the planting. On the far other side of your screen, you can see that in December 2024, and this has happened again last year, police launch operations to address rising youth violence. This is because generations of youth are seeing their parents go overseas to work and do not have that household structure or traditional structure that they used to have. And you'll see I've circled in that article where labor mobility is very specifically called out as a factor in rising youth violence. And then in the center of your screen, you see a very recent article from April 30th, 2026, where Vanuatu conducted its very first labor force survey. And a youth crisis was exposed in numbers. 44% of Ni Vanuatu are not in school, employment, or training. And when you dig into this, it's because their aspiration is to go overseas and pick fruit. There was also one very unexpected, unintentional consequence of this labor mobility as well. So next slide. If you remember, I talked about the geographic location of Vanuatu. Next. and it's right on the Ring of Fire. So similarly to Indonesia, there are volcanoes, hurricanes or cyclones or typhoons, whatever you call them in your country, and there are earthquakes and tsunamis. And since 2015, 6 destructive cyclones have directly affected Vanuatu. I had the honor of being able to provide humanitarian response with the World Vision team to all of these cyclones. Next slide. These are some images from Tropical Cyclone Harold in 2020. You can see it just looks like a bomb went off. Some of the less strong structures, when these Category 5 cyclones come through, they just are matchsticks afterwards. When we responded to TC Harold, we were able to provide tarps and food and nails and rope, and families built temporary shelters for themselves while they were putting back together their more permanent shelters. Fast forward only 3 years, next slide, to twin cyclones that came 72 hours apart. These were Category 4s. You can see a picture of the World Vision office that lost its roof. And these affected about 2/3 of the nation. World Vision, only 3 years after the previous response in Harold, we went out and delivered temporary shelter packages to families, and they were unable to put them to good use because I wanted to get the right statistic for you. 26% of the male population between 18 and 35 were in Australia and New Zealand for work. So this is also affecting the resilience of households. Next slide. So, in conclusion, labor migration has become one of the most important economic opportunities for Vanuatu, and it's provided thousands of families with income, employment, and greater financial security. The remittances, sorry, I put a timer on for myself. Remittances have improved access to education, housing, healthcare, and small business opportunities. It's also increased skills, confidence, and created new aspirations for family and young people. But at the same time, long periods of separation have placed lots of pressures on families, and especially children who are left behind while parents work overseas. Communities increasingly experience challenges related to caregiving and the absence of young working age adults, particularly when disaster strikes and they're needed for resilience in the communities. So moving forward, Vanuatu will really need to work on a more balanced approach that strengthens worker protections, supports children and families left behind, and ensures labor mobility contributes to long-term national development rather than long-term dependency. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Kendra. I think for those who are joining through Zoom, maybe we can just give virtual applause to Kendra. Yes, it was truly enlightenment because when we talk about the impact of cross-border employment and the global economy, the first countries that should come to our mind is the Pacific countries, because these are the countries that are often forgotten. And I don't know how many of us have ever heard this country's name, like Vanuatu, Samoa, Tonga, Kiribati, Tuvalu. These countries exist. They are in the middle of the Pacific Oceans. and they are the most vulnerable to the climate change, the global warming, because the rising seawaters and these countries are expected to disappear in the next 30 or 50 years because of the rising of the seawaters. So when we talk about the globalizations, the labor mobilities, the economic equality because of that globalizations, so the pressures of the people in the Pacifics are much more than us in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and other developing countries. That is the reasons why we invited Kendra to share from that perspective, because that definitely will relate to us in Indonesia, relate to us in Malaysia, or in other part of the developing countries. So the promise of the cross-border employment for those who can access it, and the real risk for those who cannot, the brain drain. I think Kendra talked about how people in the Pacific, in Vanuatu, are looking for a job in Australia, and most of them are there, while we know that the populations in these countries are very young. The majority of the populations are under 15. With that, actually, it's a bright future for the countries, but because of these migrations, this brain drain, there is something really need to do for the countries. And we talk about the digital divide, the low-skilled worker as well. So to transitions to that, how can globalizations create more inclusive opportunity rather than the inequality? The questions now set to the stage to our second keynote speakers, but not in the way of a theory, but he will share from his 26 years of lived experience from the corridor of the highest structure of the United Nations. He started in New York, and then he also participated in different missions of the United Nations in 4 continents, and now he's serving in the highest in Indonesia in the president's office. He's advisors. So that is also a real example of the brain circulations, the opposite of the brain drain, where someone gain the international exposure and bring that back to his own country to build the country. So without further ado, I want to invite Mr. Luigi to share with us. And Mr. Luigi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Kendra, Miss Kendra, for the marvelous presentation. I can really relate to the topics that you presented, and of course, it affects me as well because I'm part of the mobile workforce, being an expatriate that has to leave the family for. Okay, can I continue?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead. So, yeah, it really, of course, relates to me. Of course, at the end, do you have Heidi? Do you need help from my end, or how is it over there?
Let me try, Pa. I think that had come with sound, so let me turn off the sound first.
Sure. Yes, coming back to where I was saying that in this modern world, people travels either for work or for leisure, for business and leisure. So this the intensity of the mobilization of the people really cannot be stopped or hindered because the economy works in a movement of people as well. Now, into the before I continue with the presentation, a little bit background of myself as to how did I fit into this? Of course, one of my big dreams of working overseas started when I joined the exchange programs when I was still in high school. So that was my first time traveling overseas, and it was traveling alone. I was 15 at the time, I went to an exchange program in Japan and met all the other participants there. And that's how an eye-opening experience for me that further developed enthusiasm to roam around the world, because there are other parts of exciting life to experience at outside of your home country. Going through all that into a career perspective and career plan, it landed me a career opportunity to join the United Nations after a few years of developing a good career in the home country. And having going through almost 26 years plus in the not only just the UN, but also other international organizations and multilateral development organization, I developed a concept of career that is the 3D: defense, diplomacy, and development. That concept of careers guides me where to move, where to go, what organization that I'm aimed to maneuver to, or specific geographic allocation, specific geographic destinations that I wish to target my career next. That landed me into hotspots assignments like all these post-conflict and conflict countries. And at the end of the day, going through all these challenges in the field and exposed to all other factors, at the end of the day, for Indonesians, we need to go back home because the family is there, and also growing pressures that aging families also need to be taken care of. So that's why I returned back home and do what's best that I could from home front. And this is what pretty much the idea of my presentation today. Now, having been serving with the government since late 2024, with the with the priorities that the government is pushing forward, the downstreaming, the taking care of the protection of civilian, especially the migrant workers, which of course Indonesian expatriates is categorized under the migrant workers as well, although maybe professionally somehow a little bit different. So from the national perspective, preparing the Indonesians to welcome the challenges and of course opportunities for Indonesia, Golden Indonesia 2045, not only just sits or rests with the government, but also to the individual itself. So it's important for me to project this perspective to the individuals to make sure that their end of preparations is made best. Next slide, please. Okay, the outline of the presentation, of course, the Golden Indonesia, sorry, it was a typo, 2015 is 2045, and how the steep climb ahead, not just for the government, but also to the individual itself, how to best prepare themselves. And then the fact that the global world is shifting to the south, and of course, getting ready by digesting the stories from the field. And we also have in the audience few of our colleagues that also serve in other places as well, that could also contribute. And of course, the United Nations as part of your destination's future career. Next slide, please. Okay. So what does it mean Indonesia? My apology again, there's a typo in this 2045. We are presented with three major situations here. The fact that Indonesia right now are escaping, trying to do their best way to escape the middle income trap that has been prolonged for quite some time. Because in order for the country to quantum leap to prepare the Indonesia Golden 2045, we need to escape from this income trap and move into the more advanced economic countries by leveraging the STI, this science, technology, innovation. That's why the STEM major studies, science, technology, and also mathematics, engineering and mathematics also deems important for new generations to masters. And of course, in order to escape the middle income trap, the country needs to make sure that it strengthens its economic and its resilience. Although the fact, of course, Indonesia has gone through a lot of major challenges in the recent past, and were able to deem quite resilient into managing these shocks. But of course, more challenging tests are about to come. And of course, aiming all these endeavors, Indonesia needs to project strategically in its international standing. It is maybe notable that many of us have seen the gradual shift since the new administrations took office, that the government, especially the president, led by the president, has been playing its more active roles in engaging the international communities, engaging the regional forums, and also other international high-level summits. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, moving from the new emerging countries and also aiming for the advanced economic countries, the advanced countries, Indonesia must move away from the exporting raw minerals. And it has been part of the strategic policies by the government to enhance the downstreaming strategy. There has been some restrictions in the past 10 years on exporting raw materials or raw ore minerals, and moving also to clean energy options. And of course, this has been translated into the national development policies within the RPGM, the Rencana Jangka Panjang, Pembangunan Jangka Panjang dan Menengah, the national development midterm and long term. And then of course, by moving into a more sophisticated digital infrastructures, the de-risking of the financial and digital infrastructures is part of the strategy to mitigate, making sure that the line ministries are well aware on what to do. And of course, all other state actors are relevant in their policies and projections, will also project implementations. And last but not least, a part of the policy, the regulations are there to anticipate the future. The strategy of having rich workforce is the key. Because at the end of the day, behind all those policies and national programs, the people that's behind the steering wheels that will navigate all those guidelines. Let's make sure that the not only just the country, the policy, the government, but also the individuals, which is in this case the audience in the seminar, should be able to make sure to enrich themselves with the technical skills, substantive knowledge, as well as the soft skills as well. Because citizens' preparedness from small, medium enterprises should tap into the global trade opportunities. And at the same time, also, the government needs to make sure that their implementation of focusing the enhancement of educations, the national policy to project global workforce had to be relevant with the current technology adoption, as well as supporting with the right incentive, because if not, then Indonesia's global workforce may not necessarily be competent or competitive enough with other competing nations. And in the citizens' perspective, it's important that every one of us, especially the young generations, to embrace a lifelong learning. Lifelong learning not only just through the academic sectors, but also networking, because all those seniors, the alumni, and those professionals have banked, proven, demonstrated capacity that they can share. It's just like a gas station. So the gas station sits there and the vehicles and the motorcycles just come there to fill up their tank. So these are the alumni network that is very important for the young generation, especially now the doctoral candidate, to tap into their vast network and really cultivate all those, banked competencies, experience, and exposures for the next projections. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Could you please move back a little bit? Okay. Move back a little bit where the aging population is. Okay. Now, why is it mandatory for the young generations to plan their next step? Because indeed, the aging populations is one of the keys that circulation needs to be, how do you call that? Both organization needs to pass on their legacy, right? That also goes to the individual itself. So the massive talent vacuums, there's a gap that has been experienced in many countries as well, especially in the modern economy, advanced economy like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where aging populations are there. This is the reason that the young generation should be able to put into their perspective and their planning, okay? And then for business, preserving institutional memory, it has to be passed on. It has to be well documented because all these knowledge needs to be managed and passed on into the next pilot that is going to manage or navigate the institutions or the company. So it's very important that not only just individuals, but also entities need to have knowledge management strategy to make sure that the next leadership in line has the strong ties with the historical achievements, right? Okay. Let me see. Okay, the screen is kind of different now. Okay, good. Next slide, please. Yes. So the global world is shifting. And who is going to be the next actor in stage, which is every one of you currently attending in this seminar. So where are your positions going to be on the next global stage? Because at the end of the day, the competition rate is more engaging. And of course, the challenges are more complex. This needs a strong navigations, and these strong navigations need to be empowered at the earliest possible in the career of everyone. Okay, next, please. Okay, the Indonesians' historical meaningful contributions we can also witness from the recent 10 to 15 years that in terms of global diplomacy, especially in the peace and development sectors, Indonesia has been at the forefront of its contribution and relevance as well across geographic or across regions. From the Sinai, okay, in the 1950s, Cambodia, Congo, and all the way right now in the Middle East, Lebanon, okay, and now we are projecting our policy by contributing to the recently established Board of Peace, although of course there has been some dynamics within the organization itself on how each member countries project their equal and meaningful contributions, while of course Indonesia still remain engaging under the UN. Just for information, yesterday evening, the Indonesian Army has deployed a rotation contingent of 150 plus personnel strong military contingent to UNIFIL in Lebanon. Apart from the recent casualty that Indonesia suffered, having 3 casualties of the recent attack, that 3 of our service members died, Indonesia remain steadfast in projecting their meaningful contribution, because if not, then who's going to hold the peace process there in Lebanon and making sure that the conflict will not go widen? Okay, next, please. Now, among those service uniform members, there is civilian capacity. What does the civilian capacity remain relevant into these global operations? Because at the end of the day, there are, I mean, in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, there are substantive operations and there are support operations. Substantive operations are those that deals with a specific topic or theme. For example, like climate change, peace and security, military rule rule of law, disarmament and stuff. But for those other clusters of operations need to function well, it has to be backed up by strong support operations. What are the strong support operations? Personnel management, IT infrastructures, finance, payrolls, and all those kinds of logistics, right? And medical services that supports all these people or personnel that's working in the substantive operations. And who does that? The civilians. So those of you non-service members, non-military, non-police, the civilians, these are the areas that you can contribute your meaningful participation. And there has been a growing numbers of Indonesian civilians playing in that roles, and we will continue to require new, fresh blood. Okay, next. Okay, a little bit stories from the front lines. What I can share from the this opportunity right this afternoon is from my personal account, in which I've gone through pretty much like 2 decades of serving various geographic assignments, as well as different mission mandates that pretty much give colors to the competencies and exposures and professionalism. Now, each one of you, imagine that each one of you later on will go through all this, making sure that your destinations, where would you like to go? It's pretty much like professional travel planning. Where would you like to go? What would you be doing? Which part of the operations or mandate filling mission that you are aiming to do based on your banked experience, competencies, and of course, networks, right? Next slide, please. Okay. The expert practitioners. Imagine these pictures are going to be your pictures when you are there. So start from your first assignment, going to the next, going to different countries, going to get exposed to all different sorts of unique experience, psychologically challenging ones, of course, and of course the high mobility that you will experience, and traveling all these places to the far-flung areas that you've never thought before. I started my career in New York in the headquarters in the procurement division. Procurement division is the operational centric of the logistics operations. From the General Assembly sessions, we work very hard to make sure that the delegates are there, the provision of consultants are there, the provision of supplies of water, electricity, and this and that are there, okay? And then, of course, on the other hand, apart from the operations in the headquarters, we also support the field operations. The picture next, it was my first mission assignment in Iraq that joined the United Nations Monitoring, Verification, Inspection Commission. Okay, the UN has so many abbreviations, but pretty much UNMOVIC is the UN Weapons of Mass Destruction Commission inspection. So we inspect the WMD that Iraq during the Saddam regime was in power, to make sure that it did not go further developing WMD. So that's why we sent weapons inspectors, nuclear, bio, and chemical weapons inspectors to inspect all various installations, both military, industrial, to make sure that the prohibited weapons are no longer further in developments and dismantled. Those were my that was my first mission assignment at the time. And then moving on, okay, let's go to yes, that's now. Miss Kendra mentioned. Can you move back to the yes, this one. Ms. Kendra mentioned about the mobility workforce in the Pacific. On the first top left, you see there is a military personnel from Fiji. So what is unique is Fiji project their military personnel to support the United Nations peace operations. And it so happens that many of the Fijians that is deployed to the UN missions are the seniors one. The seniors mean like in their late years in their military careers. So it's a good strategy that while the younger able ones are being groomed and prepared and deliver their service in the home country, those seniors are projected to support the United Nations as an expatriates military personnel. While it is relevant to their years of service in the previous years to support the United Nations mission, but it also, on the personal note, it helps the individual military service members to enjoy a premium level of their earnings so that their remittance would be able to sustain them post-retirement. So this is probably one of the other clusters of mobility, workforce mobility, that not only just Fiji, but is also being copied or replicated by other Pacific countries. Now, outside of the peacekeeping assignments, I also maneuvered around the diplomacy and development sectors in which the pictures next to it was taken in Pakistan, where I work for the Islamic Development Bank, financing the development sectors. Okay, and then of course the peacekeeping operations in Liberia, in which we deployed about 14,000 military troops and 1,000 civilian. So those civilians are the ones that I mentioned to you earlier, the support operations, okay? Now we have other Indonesians and Southeast Asians, expatriates. On the left, I met Mr. Stanley Sajo in Liberia, in which later on down the years, 10 years after that, I met him again in Afghanistan. And then, of course, we have our colleague here down on the left picture, is from the Philippines. His name is Carlos. He works for the logistics office that's making sure that all the critical supplies are well stocked and then well distributed to all the United Nations peacekeeping operations in Liberia. And a part of the operational requirements are the safety gears that we have to embed ourselves in terms of situations that may present us into security hazards. So these PPE, personal protection equipment, like the ballistic resistant vest and helmets, are part of our daily uniform that we have to carry around. So these are one of the things that you maybe get exposed later on when you are serving security challenging assignments. Next. Okay, most of these pictures are from Afghanistan, Yemen. Okay, so when you later on you are assigned into the security dynamic assignments, these are the type of daily life that you are going to get exposed to, and it requires some degree of preparations physically, mentally, and psychologically to make sure that you remain functioning professionally while able to endure the challenging operational environment. Okay, just for information, that vest, the blue vest, has 2 armor plates on the back and on the front. The total weight of that vest is probably about 15 kilos. Okay, not to mention the helmet, your backpack, your radio, and all the other stuff, and the cell phones and stuff. So that's why it's important to be not just mentally ready, but physically able. Okay, next. In the field, you're going to be meeting with a lot of military personnel, because in the peacekeeping operations, it's a combination of security-centric operations as well as the support operations. So be mindful that later on, you're going to be having to work together with these individuals of strong characters, of how do you call that, direct projections, because they have a mission to accomplish. And it is important to remain professional regardless the amounting pressures to perform in such challenging environments. Next slide, please. A recap of my international exposures. As I began my international exposures from the UN, I joined the peacekeeping operations in Liberia under the United Nations mission in Liberia, UNMIL, which is part of the African Union combined missions. And then I moved around to the political mission, the United Nations mission, assistance mission in Iraq, UNAMI. So I was 2 times deployed in Iraq in different times. Okay, first is the Weapons Inspection Commission, UNMOVIC, and then secondly, after Liberia, is UNAMI. Okay, and then in between those, I took 1 year break, returned home. Okay, from having since the year 2002 until 2013 of serving security dynamic and a highly kinetic in operation environment. I took 1 year break in 2013. However, even though I'm home, I was making myself useful to support the Indonesian Peacekeeping Center in Sentul. For those of you later on has the a plan to visit, maybe from a University of Malaysia and University of Citra, to visit the Peacekeeping Center. They do welcome academics to learn more on how the global peacekeeping are being prepared. So I would encourage you to do that. And the career blueprint, as I mentioned before, the 3D, okay, the defense, diplomacy, and development. By 2014, I shift my career joining the development sectors by being part of the UNOPS, United Nations Office for Project Services. This is where the development sector kicks in, where the UN is more instrumental in building infrastructures like schools, airports, irrigation channels, roads, and all other civilian infrastructures. And of course, IDLO is an international organization that supports the host country government revising their law code and legal, how do you call that, doctrines. This happens when I was in Afghanistan. And then, of course, after that, the development sectors land me another opportunity to serve with FAO and World Food Program, while continue to serve the various national agency and the multilateral development bank, the Islamic Development Bank. From 2020, I continue to serve at the Food and Agriculture Organization in Uganda, and this is where I met the moderator of today's event, Bapak Heidi. We were in the same duty station when we were in Kampala, Uganda. And we continue to strengthen the Indonesian civilian who is serving around the region by harnessing courtesy, psychological support, making sure that they are well received and adjust very well in the new working environment. And then after that, I joined the UNHCR and IFAD, International Fund for Agricultural Development, till 2024. Since 2025, I joined the Executive Office of the President until now, while also maintaining measured contribution in the strategic consultancy with Maverick Consulting. So that's pretty much my career journey. May this enthuse every one of you to plan where would you like to go, what organization, and this is part of the legacy ID, staff ID. If you can see all the first red and white ID card, that's how I look like when I started the headquarters in New York and moving on until now. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the United Nations. United Nations indeed is your world, because this organization, international organization, governs all the global agendas, implement policy that has been mandated from, through the General Assembly as all member states demanded them to do. So it is also a representation of your career home. So projecting yourself to this organization, how best serve, what skills and which duty station that you would be aiming for would be the core objective of these presentations. Next, please. Okay. In this challenging geopolitics, the UN has been subjected to many challenges, institutional paralysis. Yes, many of you may have feel that the UN is becoming irrelevant in many stuff, in many areas. But I could only say that the UN is pretty much a reflection of how the member states play their contributions, how the member states projecting their demands and their political push and pull. So it all goes back on how well the diplomats within the UN permanent missions are addressing all these issues. So it goes back to us. If we think that the UN is becoming irrelevant, that reflects on us as well. How strong are we with our projections? How strong are we with our contribution, not only just the substantive, but also on our financial contributions, because the UN works in pledges and contributions. Okay. And secondly, there is a rise of middle powers and BRICS. There are many countries that now emerging as new powers that projects their national interest through this forum. So it's important for us to understand where these are and how you channel these ideals and also communicate within the national structures to project the national policy, to project the foreign policy at its best that serve the young generations. And we can also aware that transactional diplomacy has been more apparent. This is how countries form new alliances. Of course, we have ASEANs in the historically, but there are more push to these forums. We have BRICS, we have many other forums, OKI, OIC, and all the others. So these transactional diplomacy has been channeled through more drastically. And of course, the decline of the rule-based order, we can see how conflicts are driven outside of the context of the rules-based order. When there are countries are in conflict, those with powers may project or choose to project themselves unilaterally to solve it. We have seen what's going on in Middle East. We have seen what's going on, what was going on in Venezuela. And we also have a brewing potential conflict in the South China Sea. So these are the things that we are being presented now. Next slide, please. And where is Indonesia's global role in developing high calibers and developing high caliber professionals? So it's a two tiers between the government approach and the individual approach. While the government will remain in their national plan and strategy, on the second track, it leaves to us, the individuals, the citizens. How would you fit into that national strategy? How would you fit into the regional dynamics? What kind of roles, competencies, as well as relevant in terms of skills and thematic focus that each one of you would like to project yourself? So the Indonesia Golden Vision, Indonesia Emas 2045, pretty much encompasses all this, but at the end of the day, it goes back to your instrumental individual role in anticipating and preparing yourself. Next. Now, by understanding the United Nations systems organization and clusters, young generations or aspiring young professionals could be able to navigate where to go, which organization that would be the vehicle of your career objective, okay? and how these institutions would best fit to your career blueprint. Next, please. Now, with this organization's mapping, it's important for us to understand how the UN functions, where they are categorized, and what agencies that would be appealing to young professionals, especially the participant of this seminar. So how would you project yourself and become relevant to all these institutions' mandate, core programs, as well as how the first step that you would like to participate in, whether you're going to be applying to the country office, whether you would be applying to the regional or the headquarters. Okay, next. In terms of peacekeeping operations, the UN has currently about 20 plus both peacekeeping and special political missions. Where are they? They're all elaborately being provided at their websites. So it's very important that each one of us, especially the aspired young professionals, to anticipate and learn more. What are they doing? How big is their operations? How was the mandate? How relevant your skills, experience, and competencies to the institution's objectives? Next. Now, how the younger generations is preparing. Of course, we have the AI has been the buzzword since the past, 5 years from now. I mean, how proficient are we in taking AI as an accelerant, not really relying heavily on that, but AI is a tool to refine our work, to refine our analysis, to project our research. And of course, building a hybrid skill set. Hybrid skill set is not only just technical stuff, but also our cultural competence. By the time that each one of you going to be stationed in a new duty station that is far from home country, skill set that understand the cultural approach, how the historic conflict was built, so that your interaction would be relevant, diplomatic, and tactful. And of course, demand for continuous learning. As things are evolving, the continuous learning is also important to make sure that your approach becomes relevant, your approach become acceptable, okay? And of course, networking and access to mentoring, okay? While young generations are very much, very advanced in their learning capacity, very much being provided with all the tools and facility to learn. However, flying hours, demonstrated experience is not downloadable. This is the reason why it's important to have mentors, not just one, all sectors. So think again, who would be your seniors currently serving in some certain areas or some certain institutions? Hook up, connect with them, learn from them, because they will provide you proven, demonstrated, street smart tips that will save you time and prevent you from unnecessary failures. Okay, next, please. The hyper competition. Yes, indeed. While economy has been pressured to the maximum situation right now beyond comprehension, that's why the unemployment rate is there high. So does the competition that within the UN, it has been known that one job application or one job post vacancy is being applied by at least 100 or more. So how am I going to succeed if the competition rate is so high? Well, trust in God while you're preparing yourself and connect with your mentors, because at the end of the day, everyone will have their own chance. Now, looking at the career structures here, once later on you are applying to the UN job opportunities, you will be presented with all these codes, okay? For the key UN staff categories, the P1, P2 goes to the junior level. So apply within your range of competencies, exposures, and experience. The P3, P5. So if you think that you are not yet there with the demonstrated experience, then go apply with those that is matching. Okay, the senior ones start with the D. D for directors. Okay, that goes for senior management with certain amount of years. And then of course the ways to go there through internship. Okay, young professional program. Look for these young professional program because this is the easiest key entry to enter to the organizations. Not every year they have the young professional programs, but pretty much every 2 years. And each agency may have different cycles. Junior professional officers, these are often funded by the member states. So unless if it is restricted, then you can apply. For example, when a certain country, the donor country, either it is in Europe or Japan or the US, they specifically mention this JPO post only eligible for their nationals. So if not mentioned, then it's open for you, okay? The UN volunteers also there, either those in the early career or those post-retires. I have seen so many, how do you call that, those seniors that has already reached retirement, but since their passion is to serve humanitarian fields, they go back as a volunteer. So there's always been an opportunity at every stage of career age group, okay? And reason why to apply the international assignment. For example, just one example, yeah? A humanitarian aviation operations. These are some of the support operations field, because at the end of the day, when the expert, for example, when the weapons inspectors would like to go in and inspect to a certain place, they will have to rely on air transport. And who are the people that involve in the air transport? Those who are preparing the flight, those who are checking your luggage, those who are planning the flight routes, and the pilots, right? And the baggage checkers, and the logistics. And in order for us to deliver humanitarian responses, we need warehousing. We need to make sure that our warehouse are fully stacked, fully stocked, and remain, how do you call that, in the shelf life. On another substantive operations like the agriculture, these are the substantive field that agricultural specialists, the seed specialists, the forestry expert, the how do you call that, the farming techniques expert, these are your fields. So make sure that those with that skill sets go to apply to these institutions. You see some of them that you are familiar on the logos of the organization, but there are many more UN agencies and international organizations, NGOs, and these are the websites in which you can apply directly, bearing in mind that the United Nations, all other UN agencies do not charge any fees on processing your applications. If there is such request to pay, then it's a fraud. So be very careful. And that's the reason why when you have something funny that come to your email that request a certain amount of fees, then consult with your seniors, consult with your mentors. So therefore you would avoid being scammed. Okay. Okay, where are we at right now? Just 1 second. Now, okay, we've gone through that career stages, the agency, the websites. Okay, there is a slide that reflects a profile of Miss Endang Satriani, right? Exactly. Let's pause into that. She's my friend. We met in an assignment when she was in Haiti, but I was in Liberia. How do we met? through the UN telephone networks, and of course to the Association of the Indonesian Humanitarian Community. So community plays very strategic in supporting career projections of the young professionals. We are those that has already served years, for example, like Ibu Kendra, Miss Kendra, can share a lot of things about the region in which she shared, especially Vanuatu and all the other countries, or can share more on the workforce mobility, as well as the institution like World Vision. So these are the mentors that you need to connect to. In this case, Ibu Endang Satriani, Miss Endang Satriani, served from various and served various international organizations and NGOs. She was once in the United Nations, then changed career into the international NGOs and consultancies. And I understand that she is right now in Port Sudan. So any of you later on aiming to go to Sudan, you have the mentor over there. Okay, next one, I think is Mr. Abdi Haryono. Abdi Haryono also focused in the health sectors. When I spoke, I think he was stationed somewhere in Africa. So the community is a very resourceful place for you to connect, consult, and ask questions, okay? Now, globally, Indonesians have 827 personnel, both international staff and national staff in the country, in Indonesia, that serve UN agencies and NGOs. So it's only 10% than our than the UN global expatriate force. Okay, next one. By going through international exposures and assignments, at least civilian capacity has these 8+ exposures, expertise, and sector mastery. Okay, crisis management, emergency response, security stabilization. This is where the peacekeeping operations, post-conflict peace building missions are. Governance and institution building. This is the post-conflict, the UN intervention, including holding free and fair elections, right? Development and livelihood recovery. Okay, so all of these 8+ experience definitely is going to be part of your new added skills. I think pretty much that's what I could share this opportunity. Thank you very much.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much, Pak Luigi, for sharing your experience and also encouraging us as a young, I know quite a lot of participants are young professionals here, and some are still in the universities. Just to mention that when we are talking about the globalizations, this is one of the areas that we can play as a young generations. And we are saying that the global south, the economic, are moving to the global south, to China, to India, to Asia. So how we as a developing countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, and other developing countries in these regions, to take and play that role. We should not just be watching, but we have to take that role. And Pak Luigi mentions about the UN, United Nations, and international organizations. That is also another areas because as you see the governments of Indonesia, government of Malaysia, the United Nations is a larger, bigger nations, is a composed of different countries. So building the career there is actually both good for our countries because we contribute to our countries, but at the same time, it's also good for the career growth. And then also another opportunities when we are talking about the globalizations, talking about the economic, it is the opportunity of the other countries. From our experience, I think from the Indonesian humanitarian colleagues who are here, when we are in Africa, when we are in Latin America, we see a lot of opportunity actually from the economic side because we are seeing how China, how India, They are doing business there. They are building the road. They are building the what do you call it, the infrastructure there. And how few are we in coming from Indonesia, from Malaysia, to take that role, that is another opportunities that we can also explore. So that is a calling. Thank you so much, Pak Luigi, for encouraging us to take that role and consider that role where we can build our career, being a global citizen, but at the same time also the brand circulations. We get exposed and then bring that back to Indonesia. So now let us take some of the Q&A. I know we might not have much time, but let's try to get some Q&A to our keynote speakers. Yes, let me go to the chat here. Yes, maybe I will take the questions from Dina Hapsari from UNHCR. I know Dina is currently in Myanmar, I think in the deployment. So any chance Indonesia is considering to be one of the humanitarian donors, at least for the region? Also, just a few questions for the government of Indonesia to support its citizens to work for the UN. Start at the GPO programs, dialogue with the UN senior management to maintain diversity and representation in the staffing at the P&D level, the director level, and then becoming a donor country. Japan and South Korea are some example of Asian countries that successfully maintain soft power through the three above. So maybe I will direct these questions to Pak Luigi, if you can just briefly respond to Dina's questions here. Oh, Pak Luigi, you are still muted.
Thank you, Ibu Dina, for the inquiry. Yes, you're right, and it's a valid question. Thank you very much. Indonesia has already been shifting into the donor country, although, of course, the visibility is not that grand yet. It is demonstrated through the creation or establishment of the Indo-Aid national agency that supports development assistance to countries. And Indonesia has been projecting their contribution, especially in the Pacific and Micronesia countries. Although it has been so far bilateral, I think it's probably because the concept is not yet being, how do you call it, disseminated into a larger resilience or readiness of the other line ministries. Because when Indonesia projects themselves to these areas, it's not just the role of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has the contribution, it is the required contributions by other actors, especially the NDMA, National Disaster Management Agency, the BNPB, the BMKG, the in this case, Ministry of Social Welfare, Kemensos, and all the others. So serving the governments the first time after all these 26 years abroad, it serves me a lot of and presents me a lot of challenge in orchestrating all these actors come into one policy that coherent across the board. So, but of course, the national policy is there. Indo-Aid has been there, and so far it has been bilateral. There is a push, of course, the more Indonesia projects themselves into a more global forums, it requires them to become relevant, as well as in terms of their financial contribution, to act more like a donor country, not just bilateral, but through a multilateral schematics. So it's there, but we still have so much work to do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pak Luigi. from your perspective, from the government side, yeah. And the next questions I've seen here is coming from Hartono Jong. For Kendra, is Vanuatu's goal simply to provide more workers for Australia, or for the long term to help returning workers become future entrepreneurs, business owners, and leaders in Vanuatu?
That's a really great question, and the answer is maybe. But maybe just briefly before I answer that one, to the last question about Indonesia becoming a humanitarian aid provider to wield soft power, I will say that in Vanuatu, I have witnessed Indonesia sending several humanitarian flights post-disaster to Vanuatu to support with recovery. And that has been a very clearly stated soft power agenda to influence Vanuatu's position on Papua at the UN. So they're definitely directly linked, and it has opened up dialogue with the country. So yeah, as Mr. Luigi has said, it's definitely already playing that role. In terms of Vanuatu, the goal of the Vanuatu government for the labor sending scheme is to increase the prosperity of its people and to give employment opportunities and growth opportunities to its people to bring back to the country. So they talk a lot about the circular economy, making sure the wealth comes back into the country. The reality of that is not always the case. And a lot of that money will end up staying in Australia, either in the forms of taxes or individuals who do not spend their money wisely and overspend while in country, or people who are overstaying their visas in Australia as well. And so the Vanuatu government is currently working on a new policy that will strengthen that circular economy to ensure that benefits, increased skills are coming back into the country. And it's my personal hope that they then also limit the number of times that people can go overseas, so that it gives opportunities to others.
Right. Yeah, I know that yeah, the time is approaching. Yes, maybe some of these questions we will just list it down and then share with Pak Luigi and Kendra. Then if they can respond, and then we can share it back to you via email. But I think to close it, I just want to ask my personal questions to two of you. Maybe you can just briefly provide some insight on that. My question is about, with the trade wars, we know the US, China, the shifting of the global South, the shifting of alliances, and also the technology restrictions in some of the countries in our regions. How should the developing countries to protect their economy, their economic interests, while still engaging cooperatively in the global forum? So protect the economy, but still engaging in the global forums. Yeah. So if you can just give us some of the insight, maybe from Indonesia's perspective, and also maybe you were in the Pacific, Kendra, maybe you can give the perspective from the Pacific. Yeah, Pak Luigi, maybe you can go first, yeah, if I may, yeah.
Okay, second. Yes, I mean, protecting, okay, with this trade wars and all the conflict that we have, it all goes back to protecting the economic interest of these countries. So every nation engaged the world foundationally through its own natural interest. So, like, of course, the US has Make America Great Again. Indonesia may have also, they're similar to that. So it all navigated by specific foreign, political, and commercial policies. And yet, we must remember that these policies are executed by human officials with complex personalities and cultural background. And making tactful diplomatic etiquette is absolutely essential. Historically, we have transitioned from Pax Britannica to Pax Americana, and we are now navigating other monumental shift, global monumental shift. In this case, is going to be a new game format, and anticipation is paramount. So developing nations, new economic country, emerging countries must unite and cultivate strong strategic projections, because at the end of the day, national competitiveness, national means not only just the individual competitiveness, but also the resilience, the competitiveness of the state or national agencies needs to be competitive, because both government, private sectors, and citizens need all these three to become competitive and develop a rounded resilience. For instance, like when we had the pandemic recently, there has been hiccups, but at the end, we all being united and resilient, we went through. Of course, we suffered a lot, of human life losses in business volume and everything. But at the end of the day, we made it, and it has become a rounded resilience. So it's important that in the challenges ahead, we must unite and forge robust alliances to withstand the spheres of influence of those global powers and the rising powers, because they have pull and push factors that affects the nationals or the countries in which developing countries and new emerging countries will surely get affected, especially in this global network world. The supply chain disruptions, the access, the maritime routes, and all this stuff. So it's really required a coherent alliances by the developing countries and new emerging countries to successfully orchestrating the whole government responses for each national or each countries that addresses geopolitical challenges, that requires constant agile, policy synthesis. Their citizens are pushing forward and formalize into a more strategic. So what it means to us individuals, we continue to engage our representative in the government, representative in the parliament, because at the end of the day, it's the same world that we are living, and we need to survive this. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pak Luigi. Kendra?
Sure. I can build on that from a personal and specific perspective. So I think as citizens, our main obligation is to remain informed, right? And to analyze and take information from a multitude of different sources in a world where information and misinformation is really prevalent. And to ensure that we are building a complete and holistic picture of issues as young professionals and mid-career professionals, and then contributing on that basis. I think in terms of the Pacific is really kind of stepping into an area of geopolitical importance in a way that we haven't really seen since World War II. And so we see the tensions between China and the Western powers playing out in the Pacific, because there's a significant amount of geography essentially available for positioning and fishing rights and water rights and all of these things that are going to and are currently becoming more and more important as resources dwindle. In addition, we see the Pacific really taking a stand for the impacts of climate change and emissions from larger countries on their nations. And I think just yesterday, the UN General Assembly adopted the International Court of Justice decision on loss and damages by high emissions nations for nations in the Pacific and around the world that are adversely impacted by climate change. Vanuatu has been leading that, actually. And so we really see that type of soft power and soft diplomacy working through these global systems becoming more important for these small nations and really putting them on the stage. And I think the last thing that I would say is these small Pacific Island nations still, they get a vote at the UN Security Council and all of these major world forums. And so there has always been a bit of geopolitical push and pull for who will support China, who will support Taiwan, you know, and all of these sort of very tense global issues that have been consistently on the agenda for many, many years. And so these nations do have a role to play, and I believe that that role is growing.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Kendra and Pak Luigi. It's a lot of insights, a lot of a new knowledge for many of us. And colleagues, maybe we can give another round of applause virtually to Pak Luigi and also Kendra. Yeah, before we conclude this, I just want to kind of recap a little bit that the future of work cannot be just be understood through one single lens. We see the globalizations come with opportunities, but at the other side, it's also, it can be harmful as well. I mean, if we are not taking part of it. Pak Luigi has also reminded us how to engage. It's really, really important, especially us in the developing country. Indonesia, Malaysia, and other developing countries in these regions, we need to play that role. We need to take that role. We should not just be the observer. We have to participate. So from the two lens, two perspectives, I think it gives us really a very, very powerful awareness and also the responsibility where we have to do as a part of the global citizen. So on behalf of batch 6 and batch 7 of the doctoral student of Universitas Ciputra, I want to really once again thanks Pak Luigi and also Kendra for sharing with us in these seminars. I know the time is so limited. It's a lot of things that we can really talk through, but really want to thank for bringing up this perspective to all of us and also calling us to engage. And also for all the participants, I just want to say thank you. You're coming from different parts of the world, joining us, and do apologize for some of your questions. We were not able to address it here, but we promise that we will address it later through the emails. And before we officially conclude, maybe allow me to share some final reminders. First, about your e-certificates that we will send through your registered email within the 7 working days. And then the session is recorded, so we will share that as well. I mean, for if you're interested to listen to it. And then finally, I think we wanted to have a group photos together. If you can just turn on your camera, and my colleagues, Pak Aditya, I think you are going to take the photos.
Maybe we can use the entrepreneur's sign from the Universitas Ciputra, Pak Heidi.
Oh yeah, you may also, if you can put on your background of, so we can
with
have
the right
all
hand.
blue colors, yeah.
Yeah, with the right hand.
Oh yeah, the tree. This is the Ciputra sign. Is that okay, Pak Adit?
Yeah, John.
Okay.
You get everything.
Thank
Okay. So once again, thank you for being part of these conversations. Pak Luigi, Pak Kendra, really thanks for your time. Stay curious, stay courageous, stay globally engaged. And let us continue to build the future of work where opportunity truly knows no borders. Waalaikumsalam. Have a wonderful day and safe greeting to all of you around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you,
you.
everyone. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you
so much.
so
Thank you,
much.
Kendra, Luigi,
Thank
Du Rose.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Kamu pernah bikin webinar segini kan? Level internasional gini nggak pernah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks,
Thank you,
thanks
Patrick.
everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Heidi.
God bless everyone.
Thanks a lot.
God bless. Amiluddin, thank you. Shima, Made, Dr. Uma, thank you. And everyone.
Dr. Uma.
Aizan, thank you.
Excellent job. That is the only word that I can say it. Marvelous.
Thank you semua, batch 7, batch 6.
Yap.
Terbaik.
Keren Pak Edi, Pak Edi keren.
Keren, Pak Heidi.
Your luar biasa.
So nervous. I don't know what happened.
Gak perlu kolokvium ini langsung lulus.
Lanjutnya host TV, host
Saya
TV.
masih di sini kalau mau
Thank you.
ngobrol.
Oh, hai Pak Luigi.
Oh ya, halo Pak
Oh.
Luigi. Keren banget hari ini.
Thank you, Pak Luigi.
Keren banget.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Appreciate for you
much.
all.
Ya,
Congratulations.
nomor saya ada di Pak Haidi ya. Kalau mau ngobrol.
Siap,
mau-
siap.
Thank you so much.
Ya, nanti saya share Pak, izin share nomornya Pak ya ke teman-teman ya.
Baik-baik, terus
Thank
juga
you,
apa
thank you,
namanya, file
Mr. Luigi.
itunya
Thank you, Mr.
dikirim
Heidi.
aja.
Boleh, boleh
Sama-sama.
nanti saya share Pak. Sudah banyak yang minta sih Pak.
Oh iya.
Ya.
Thank you semua ya. Kita
Thank you.
Sama.
kita kelas nggak ini ya?
Ya, kembali lagi ke
Oh, kembali lagi ya.
Itu Dokter
Oh,
Uma
alright.
udah nunggu.
Please.
Oh,
Alright,
oke,
okay.
Ya, guys.
Alright,
Oke.
guys. Go back to college.
Alright, we go
Okay.
back. Okay. Thanks everyone.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
See you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks
See you.
everyone.
Yes.
Thank you, Bulan.
This recording ini udah di ini ya. Let me check ya.
Iya, tomorrow.
Sudah Bu, aman.
Oke, makasih Pak Nanang.
Oke.
Thank you.
Pak Nanang keren ya. Sip, thank you Pak
Siapa?
Nanang.
Ya boleh pulang ya, Bu.
Zoomnya top Marco top Pak Nanang.
Oke. Boleh pulang nih saya Bu ya.
Oh iya, terima kasih Pak Nanang. Boleh mampir ke rumah Pak Nanang.
Pengen tidur ini. Terima kasih Bu.
Thank you.
Terima kasih atas kesempatan ini.
Sama-sama Pak.
Ya, sama-sama. Lain kali dari Timor Leste.
Ya, salam
Ya,
kenal Pak.
ya.
Sampai jumpa lagi.
Nah, sampai
Mohon-
jumpa lagi di kesempatan yang lain.
Ya,
Tapi intinya sangat
mohon izin live ya Pak. Terima